Hello and welcome to Session 10 of Star Wars Destiny of the Force, our weekly tabletop RPG campaign using the Fantasy Flight game system. Our group of heroes, intrepid Jedi trainees and their friends, going across the galaxy on adventures and uncovering villainous plots and exploring their own personal storylines, has currently led to them being spread across the galaxy, split into 3 groups, of which we will be jumping between throughout the session. First, we have Young Fel, Sol Skywalker, Talia Skywalker, Castum Baron, and their friend Ray Dameron on their way to an Imperial Star Destroyer named Epsilon, flying rather close to the unknown regions. This is a research and development Star Destroyer that Prince Young Fel was invited to visit and inspect, seeing their new starship testing in person, as he was a pilot himself. The ship is run by Admiral Yulin Masai. As we begin today's session, camera pans down upon this gray Star Destroyer as it flies through space. A few TIE fighters flying around it in patterns. Within each group of TIE fighters, there is one fighter that looks different, a silver fighter with the black and blue markings of the Empire. It bears strongest resemblance to a TIE Interceptor, but it has less depth to its wings and more armoring around the cockpit. As these starfighters do maneuvers around the Star Destroyer, we go inside the bridge, where Admiral Yulin Masai, human man in his late 40s, early 50s, likely bald or hair too short to be seen, as he wears his officer's cap. He strolls the bridge. Woman in her early 20s, brunette, known to the audience who's been with us this whole time as Avalon Tachi, a young Imperial analyst just graduated from the Officers College on Anaxes. Approaches him with some information on a datapad that he goes over. Just as he's about to say something to her, the whole ship rocks back and forth, the entire bridge shaking. Alarms begin going off immediately. The Admiral calls out for demanding to know what's going on. The whole bridge continues to shake and move as you see one of those TIE fighters that was flying in maneuvers spinning and falling toward the Star Destroyer, crashing into its shields, burning up on the surface in a scatter of sparks as the other starfighters seem to be doing defensive maneuvers. Bridge support team is checking the controls and the sensors, but nothing is showing up. For just the briefest of moments across the front of the bridge, there's a flash of silver Not of the experimental starfighter, but of someone about human-sized. Maybe a bit larger. In some kind of armor suit. Flying along the side. Just as this figure is, they fire out a grapple from their arm that attaches to the bridge glass, and they fly straight to it. It doesn't crack. More secure than that. But he menacingly gazes into the bridge as the loud sounds of clamping and machinery continue to fill. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of slicing metal can be heard. The Admiral begins calling for support, and the analyst Avalon Tachi, along with some stormtrooper guards, begins running from the bridge, trying to alert the rest of the ship. And now, in another part of the galaxy, we go to the world of Mandalore. To a small...
Can't just...
What?
You can't just leave me on a cliffhanger like that, man.
You go to a small, dusty platform near the edges of Mandalore, where we see Kata Sordo falling backward into the sand as a fellow Mandalorian and current friend and ally Jelani Fade stands over him with her pike, offering the non-pointed end out to help Kadas up.
Kaz is kind of just reaches out to grab it. I was, maybe we should scale it back a bit.
Neither of you are dressed in your main armors. You're just in your kind of basic outer clothes. She has her hair kind of bunched up a bit, but not even really like carefully tied, just enough to not get in her face as you're fighting. She just kind of smirks and kind of yanks you up with the pike. Hand to hand.
Yeah, I think that's a little less dangerous and a little less embarrassing.
She kind of just shrugs her shoulders and moves toward the edge of the training pit, basically, and leans her pike against the wall with some of her other gear that she brought along for this. You're not too far away from where she lives with her brother Malachi. About a day later since we last saw you, after your encounter with Kataro Fett, Lonnie helped you try to find Harik, but he was not around to be spoken to. Thus you ventured back here, and it is now early the next day. So you're doing your morning exercises.
I imagine for training's sake, Kadas wouldn't have used the lightsaber, but his hammer. He'd similarly probably just pick it up off the dirt when he got himself up and just put near his gear as well.
She rolls her shoulders back and kind of starts to get her fists ready. You can already tell by the way she's moving around, just by your experience with Talia. She is definitely not trained for hand-to-hand combat.
Well, that'll put us on even footing then. I'm just barely trained in it, but that's the point. Kadas will kind of start rolling his shoulders a little bit before putting his hands up. All right, I'm gonna try to show you something. It's with the Force you can augment your attacks and have a greater awareness of the battlefield around you.
He kind of raises an eyebrow and says, this force, usually when I feel it, when it comes about, I don't have greater awareness, but a focus, and like I can see every point of impact and where to hit.
My skill isn't that focused. It's just more of possibility than seeing a weak point. And Goss kind of look at her and give her, "Are you ready?" signal.
He'll give you a nod as the two of you, both undersuited Mandalorians, are moving around the pit, sliding and ever so slightly kicking the sand about. He raises her arms and does appear to be at least paying attention to what you're doing.
I guess after a little bit of, light, basic unarmed movements, he'll start using the Force to try to kind of get a better edge on her. Just
Okay.
start using that enhanced brawl.
All right. Go ahead and make a brawl check against adversary 2, defense 2. I'm sorry, defense 1.
She's got defense.
Defense
Yeah,
1.
I was about to say defense 2.
No, my bad. Because she's out of armor. Defense 1.
Now, still very untrained myself, but
Really a proud display of the Force there.
yeah, the Force says, really show her up, and it's just because it's just not going to give in to that yet.
Okay, so what is she rolling against? We're treating this as semi-competitive, so...
Just standard, no upgrades, no defense if I'm out of armor, so...
So you're not dodging or anything?
I cannot dodge, though I wish I could.
Okay. Y'all have so many talents, sometimes I forget who has what. Alright. Wow. How do you how do you want to do it?
We'll say that there's kind of more of Kanos just kind of using a little bit more of his training than the Force, and it's just kind of he gets into a position where it looks like he's going to do just a sweeper, and then he just kind of resets when he realizes he's not using the techniques he wanted to.
Mm-hmm. How do you actually hit her though?
We'll just
you're gonna win pretty hard here.
All right, we'll do a just kind of a kick to the side of her leg.
Okay. So yeah, as you do the unintentional fake out move that catches her almost completely off guard, and then as you strike to her leg, she kind of gets a little weak at that knee and tries to kind of move her stance and otherwise get into a better position, but definitely as far as sparring goes, you can tell she's almost immediately like embarrassed isn't the right term, but she definitely isn't prepared to be fighting like this. You can tell the difference between her hands and her with the pike is significant. And so as you do that and she kind of pulls back, she just said, well, I certainly didn't feel anything from the Force.
Well, you know, I've been knocked on my back plenty of times, so that's part of it, you know. You just keep getting up, you just keep going, and they'll come around. But just when you get that focus, I don't know how that feels, but it's probably just augmenting the skill you already have. When what I'm doing is I'm trying to leave myself more open to make up for my deficiencies. We can keep trying, or I can try to show you some different techniques for combat.
She raises an eyebrow at that.
All right. This is probably about the. It's not the same, but it's kind of a halfway point. It's about focusing on incoming attacks and probabilities and augmenting your own combat awareness. This was just more of a, open-ended, but there are ways you can just focus your combat senses, not to the degree that you're doing, but into your own skill. You just gotta focus, feel the force around you, and to the beings you're fighting. And Kadas is going to start committing the Force into his defense and offense upgrades. Let's see if I can show you a little bit better fighting and a little bit more better defense, huh?
You see her kind of flex her hands and get back into a stance, likely, hoping to do better, but you get the impression from her that she's a little wary right now.
You know what? Since you are more used to using your weapons, why don't you use that, and I'll stay as I am. It's, I don't want to. There's not a lot of leeway when it comes to safety with a hammer and a lightsaber.
She kind of tilts her head. All right. You sure? And she's already going to grab the pike.
Oh, I'm pretty tough. Just leave my limbs where they are.
As she's grabbing it, she does kind of motion a hand across and say, "You do realize most of this is a staff, right?"
Yeah, but it's not a weighted staff or a spiked staff or. Trust me. Come on, let me have some confidence in this.
Okay. She's going to sprint at you then, with the pike, clearly holding it in a training way, not in a lethal manner. Force pike is one of the melee weapon that can actually be used as stun setting, be used as non-lethal, so she is going to use it in that manner. And defenses now?
Just upgraded twice. And yet none of my weapons have a stun setting, so probably for the best.
Okay.
Well,
she's made her strike. Now it's your turn.
She did a lot better.
She has a little more to work with, I would say. So her defenses would be the same.
Ouch.
Oh. Yeah, so as she runs forward, she stabs the lethal end of the pike into the ground and uses it as a vault, kicking forward to kind of strike out at the first of your fists, so that if you tried to swing, you would just hit her boot. And then as she's sliding down, she yanks the pike out of the ground and spins it forward, going for your legs just like you went for hers. She trips. She would kind of just slam it across your legs, tripping you up and knocking you down, before using the pointed end of the pike to again slam in the ground between your legs, and leaning against the planted pike, and looking down at you with a smirk.
Just why am I always down here? Are you sure you need the Force?
I'd like to understand it. Didn't say I needed it. And she leans her chin on the edge of the pike.
Well, thanks for keeping me in one piece. And oh, that's rough. But if you're looking for understanding, that's uh, smarter than I have tried at and it's not really a conversation for sparring bits, I think.
Leaving the pike in place instead of reaching down to pick you up, she's instead going to kind of get down on the ground next to you, more above you than next to you, and kind of puts one knee on one of your legs, and crosses her arms, sort of half sitting, half kneeling next to you. Once again, that sort of not quite flirtatious, just sort of open vibe that you've been getting from her a lot since you've managed to leave Socorro and have captured Cinder. You get the feeling that was, now that you've been here on Mandalore for a bit of time and had the chance to see, you can see that was a stress on her that seems to be largely lifted now that Cinder is here and not out in the galaxy.
Yeah, especially with the who she lost.
Yeah. But she reaches out with her arm and kind of pulls at the collar of your undersuit to kind of pull you up so you're at least sitting up. She is still keeping her knee on your leg, though.
Just let the Force go. Just kind of look at her. What the Jedi have to say about the Force and how it's used? Well, they've been kind to me, and I've been trying to reconcile what they say and believe with what our people believe.
And
Nicholas kind of flicked down for a little bit, like he's trying to think up the words and look at her. You know, sometimes when the Mandalorian mercenaries get hired out, one of the selling points is that we kind of become like an extension of whoever hires us, their will, their hopes, their desires to not see their own people killed, the righteousness of their cause, right?
she just nods.
But if that's true, and you know, the Force connects all of us, doesn't that mean the inverse is true? That if we're hired knowingly or not by someone with evil intentions, with malicious cause, don't we become the instruments of evil?
He seems to consider that for a moment with a bit more thought than you imagine she's probably given it before.
Like,
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, it's you know, in a perfect galaxy, it's hard to say this, but there wouldn't be any warriors. But we are in a galaxy of good and evil, and so many people wanting things for themselves and for the others, and we have a chance of warriors as warriors to bring glory and honor to ourselves, but I feel like we have to define that more than just victory and strength in battle. If we fight, it has to mean something. We need to support our clans and our family, but is that cause enough to overlook the reasons why we fight and who we fight for?
She looks away from you, kind of tilting her head. You're not quite sure what emotion is on her face due to the angle. You can feel her knee relax on your leg. It's still positioned there, but she's not like, it's not holding it the same way. Like her whole body is maybe relaxing slightly. Then she looks at you with more kind of sympathetic gaze, I suppose. You get the impression she would probably lean in if it weren't for the fact that she probably doesn't understand what this moment between you two is. Is the best way I can describe how her body language would read.
Yeah, that makes two of us. So just gotta reach out and put his hand on her shoulder. Some people say I talk a lot for Mandalorian, or that I ask why too much. But, you know, maybe the two of us can figure this out.
She nods and sort of leans her cheek slightly on your hand.
Delani, I have something to say. This is not at all related to the Force, but I've kind of made it a policy to not fraternize, so to say, with fellow warriors. It makes things hard to stay objective when you gotta be somewhere and do something, and you are worried about someone else. And I'm just letting you know that I'm very confused right now.
She raises her cheek and head up a bit, and she can't quite meet your eyes, but she is still trying to at least look in your direction, so as to not completely just like break the moment. But you can feel her knee shift enough that you can move your leg without like any real impediment, and she just kind of nods to almost to herself more than to you. And, he just says, I can't say I have understood everything myself. And begins to move to stand up.
I could also just pull his knees up to himself, but if he can, he'll still try to reach out for her hand. And if she will let him do that.
She'll let him do that. She probably wouldn't be fully standing yet. Probably still have one leg kneeling, the other one's almost standing straight, but I'd say she's half leaning over.
This is just when I left to go into the galaxy, that was a rule I was fairly sure I was going to live by for a long time, but I'll kind of look up at her. I just needed a little bit of time because I didn't think I would ever have to question that rule.
He gives you about a half smile, I'd say, and kind of grabs your hand tightly to pull you up. And it would be more of a yank motion than a gentle one.
Yeah, accept that. Just like okay, don't tear anything out of the socket.
Yeah. She'll pull the pike out of the ground, and you can tell she's probably moving to get her other gear and head back to the house.
Yeah, I could also probably grab his stuff as well and just I think he's got a little bit of stuff to be thinking about now.
As the two of you leave the training pit, the other areas of the training pits would have other people training and fighting, doing various things. You can hear the sound of blasters firing at a nearby range, and off toward, you can see where Lonnie lives with her brother Malachi nearby, and you can see just outside of that building, Malachi appears to be working on a force pike of his own, cleaning it and preparing it, enjoying the outside. You can say what you want to say now. I just wanted to describe what you were seeing as the two of you moved.
Wearing his helmet or not?
Not.
'Cause I just want to know if he's like giving me a dirty look.
No. He probably couldn't have seen the training pit from where he's at. So he would only be seeing the two of you as you're walking now. And he is not wearing his helmet. He is wearing his armor, however, so you can imagine his helmet's probably nearby. It's very similar to hers.
Well, it's probably as it gets closer, he'll move a little closer to him and say, you need any help there?
He has a bit of a serious frown on his face when you first ask that, and he's looking up to you. Lonnie kind of passes by the two of you and keeps walking toward the house, probably heading inside to do whatever she's gonna do. And he sort of lets out a bit of a grunt before shrugging his shoulders and motioning for you to kind of sit next to him. He kind of slides over ever so slightly to give enough room on his bench. He has the pike out on a stone stand, and you can tell that as he's cleaning his pike looks different than Lonnie's.
A casual glance. Can I make anything out about it?
Well, you see him as... Are you going to move to sit next to him, or just keep standing?
Yeah, I'll just put the gear back down and sit next to him.
As you sit down, he would kind of say, Lana said you use a lightsaber?
Yeah, I built it myself and made a few modifications to my other equipment over the years, so if I can help you, it'd be a good way to pay your clan back for putting me up.
You being here is on Lonnie's terms, and he kind of... But as he picks up the pike, he says, you have it with you? He's referring to the lightsaber.
Yeah, it'd probably be in let's see, probably brought it back with his gear, so yeah, it'd probably be in there, and kind of incline his head over to it. You want to see?
Yeah.
Alright, Kos will fish it out and present the flare to him.
Yeah, as he's holding the pike, he doesn't really have a free hand to take it, but he kind of nods to you like, turn it on, or that's what you can at least imagine he means.
Kos will turn it on and kind of showing off the hilts a little bit, the design of it. Well, when I made this, I had a bit of a different design, but in mind, but it still looks more Mandalorian than not, right?
He actually gives you a bit of a nod. He doesn't smile to it, but you can get the sense of he appreciates that you're still thinking about that even when making a weapon like that. That's what the vibe you kind of get. And then after a beat, after a moment, when you say that, and he kind of gives that look of recognition. He then just, with his full force of his body, just moves forward toward you with the pike, specifically aiming for the lightsaber, holding the pike kind of out to the sides, and the pike and saber blade meet, and there's just a shower of sparks, but the pike holds strong. You can see the metal heat up ever so slightly, and you realize that the difference between his pike and Lonnie's is Cortosis forging.
It can also just kind of look surprised and then let out a whistle.
And then after
that.
Oh, sorry.
Now that is difficult material to work with.
Yeah, after a moment, he kind of pulls it away and leans back slightly and seems proud of himself. Just wanted to see if it'd work.
Well, if you ever want to give it a good round, maybe you and I can go in the pits later. I have to warn you, I'm not as good a sword fighter as many of these Jedi I worked with, but I'm picking it up.
I'll leave sparring to Lonnie.
After a minute, can also deactivate the blade and put the lightsaber back with his other gear. You plan on running into any lightsaber users?
Always the possibility.
Can't deny you that.
You see him kind of lean down and get up from the seat, picking up his helmet that was underneath the table that the pike was on, and lifting it up and putting it on. Good luck to you on Mandalore. Hope you find what you're looking for. You see him put the pike on his back and begin to move out toward the town.
You too, and whatever quest you seem to be on. After a while, can also just keep sitting there for a minute, just because I think he needs it for gathering his stuff and heading back to where he's currently residing.
Okay, and with that, we will now cut back to the depths of space as an Imperial gunship named Paragon comes out of hyperspace, piloted by young Fel and co-piloted by Sol, Talia, Castum, and Ray in the back. As you come out of hyperspace, you're at the coordinates you were supposed to meet at, but find yourselves flying straight into an asteroid field. Lots of small rocks start bouncing off the ship as you come out. Ship knocking back and forth a bit.
Sol just starts like hitting switches and looks over at Young like, this is the coordinates?
Shut up and let me focus.
Would Sol like to make a co-piloting check?
Of course.
Alright. 2 difficulty, 2 setback. Take 1 strain. And yeah, as the two of you begin flying through your big engines and thin fuselage, able to at least avoid any of the more medium-sized rocks as you're flying about. Young, let's see how well you're able to at least navigate this field and get things going. So this will be a thanks to Sol, only a 1 red, 1 purple, 1 black check, and you get 1 boost from the handling of the ship.
Okay. Damn it.
Ah, yes, I see we're off to a good start.
Soul stare intensifies.
So as you fly forward, you start getting caught in those small rocks that were first bouncing off of you. You start getting caught in a shower of those as you manage to avoid a big, larger mass and collision. You do still manage to get a smaller one. So the ship is going to take 3 hull trauma and 3 system strain. Mark that for you real quick. All right. And luckily, however, no hits to any critical systems or anything of that sort. Young, it's been a minute since you've had to fly a ship of this kind of design. You're used to starfighters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what I'll tell Sol when he's staring at me. I'll be like, if I was in my TIE fighter, I would have made that.
Yeah,
You're
in the
not.
back. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Soul's just gonna return the thing. He's like, well, you're not, so let's focus.
So in the back, Talia Castum, you and Ray would be hearing and probably being slightly disturbed by all the sounds of stuff bouncing off the shields and off the hull.
I'm gonna go make sure nothing's broken.
Not a bad idea.
Ray nods and says, "I'll go with you."
I'll stay here in case the boys need help, but I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah, would you like to go to the cockpit and check in on them,
Yeah.
Talia?
I'll at least stare over their shoulders intensely.
Alright, so yeah, as you get to the cockpit, you just see Young and Sol not yet meshing as pilot and co-pilot. As the ship is kind of rattling and boom 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 from the engines as you're trying to avoid any further collisions. Sol, how about you go ahead and make another Another co-piloting check, this time with a boost. Also, just for reference, both pilots can, either the pilot or the co-pilot can fire the forward-mounted guns, and someone has to actually use, that isn't one of you two, has to use the turret.
Does Copilot get the handling benefits of ships too?
No, because it's technically its own check. All right. Oh wow, that's a much better one. Okay, Young. This time you have 2 purple, no setback, and a boost from the ship and a boost from Sol. There we go. By virtue of the Force, Sol's able to see a path through and help line up the sensors and various information so that Young can safely coordinate and move the ship.
Yeah, so Young would just see Sol like flying, like co-piloting with his eyes closed, just like.
Young will take this as Sol has stopped interfering.
And Sol will give credit to Young and put up his fist for a fist bump.
He will reluctantly fist bump.
Reluctantly.
Reluctantly, as you drift out of the asteroid field as quickly as you can, you come out to see the Star Destroyer about where it was supposed to be. It's just your coordinates unfortunately led you apparently through that asteroid field. But you see the Star Destroyer seems to have ever so slightly of a lean, and you can see wreckage and parts flying around of starfighters. The Star Destroyer itself seems to be littered with either parts from starfighters or what you can only imagine is boarding or other such devices. A lot of kind of mini scorch marks that become visible the closer you get to the superstructure.
This is highly unusual.
Were you sent these coordinates on purpose?
I'm more referring to the ship. Look at it. It's obvious something's gone wrong on the Epsilon.
We should look to the scanners for any escape pods or any survivors.
I'll hail them on the comms while you search.
Okay, computers check by Sol to difficulty. And as you hail, you seem to encounter an open frequency. And you just hear what sounds like Imperials trying to coordinate what you can only recognize from the terms as some kind of defensive formation against an enemy assault. Sol, you as you're on the computers, you activate a full scan using the Imperial systems, and you get a lot more information back than you were expecting. but you also realize immediately that what you did just probably alerted anyone monitoring these Imperial frequencies. And as you're scanning and checking, there's no sign of escape pods or anyone attempting to escape in general. There are many more working ships than it seems. They're just on board the Star Destroyer rather than out in space. And a few pilots definitely didn't make it. Others you think might still be in like the wreckages that are on the Star Destroyer surface, just safe in their flight suits inside of their damaged vehicles and such. And they just need recovery help. As far as you can tell, the hangar of the ship is open, and you are seeing the broadcast. You're seeing the frequency version of the broadcast that Young is currently listening to, and you and Talia are hearing more quietly. No verbal or any sort of audio recognition that represents the Admiral.
Yeah, Sol would tell Young everything that he picked up on the scanners, and also tell him, like, it seems that by scanning we came up on sensors from everyone.
So the element of surprise is gone. Okay. Time is of the essence now. What would be the quickest way to the bridge of the Star Destroyer from a docking location?
From nearest you can tell, in this case, you would probably have to land in the hangar bay, just based on what you're currently seeing. And the type of ship you're flying.
Okay. All right, I'll turn off the comms because there's just like no point. No one's answering, and I'll just do ship-wide comms. So I'll let Castam and Talia and Raid know. The Epsilon is being attacked by an invading force. We're going to go in and attempt to regain control of the vessel. Expect resistance. Be prepared.
Can I check for the frequency of the drones?
You can attempt that check. 3 difficult. I'd say 3 difficulty, 2 setback. Computers. All right. Using your scanning equipment as the Paragon is getting closer to Epsilon, you do believe you're picking up signs of Miranda's drones.
I point that out.
To us in the cockpit.
Both, I guess, because it's just like, oh, hey.
I think he means talking on the ship comms, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, at least we know what to expect.
Large swarm of droids with maybe a lady controller in the middle, or perhaps she's doing it from a ship now.
That's fine. My DLT has an auto-fire mode that you haven't seen yet. I think you'll find it's very impressive.
I'm sure I will, but remember, I did find signs of people trying to escape, pilots that probably need to be picked up.
We have the choice of saving maybe 10 pilots by picking them up in the Paragon, or we have the chance of saving the Epsilon and recovering all of them.
Is there a way to tell how long ago this happened? Like, I mean, the battle that just happened, or all that wreckage.
You can tell that based on just what you're looking at and through like sensors and all that, you can imagine that this is probably pretty recent, like it just started happening. Those pilots who crashed, who are alive, probably haven't been hanging out very long.
I figured, but thought I'd
Yeah.
ask.
Sol just
Yeah.
Sol just gonna respond to Young's last comment and just say, I'm here to support you, so whatever decision, I'll do whatever you lead.
I think you're right. I think if we try to get to the main ship, the pilots that are still out there can at least hang on a bit longer.
Okay. I'll try and dock in the hangar bay then.
As you begin your approach toward the hangar bay, we'll cut away to a scene on board the Star Destroyer as Lieutenant Avalon Tachi is sprinting through the hallway of one of the hallways of the ship. Some of her officer's attire gone. Based on scorch marks, you imagine she had to ditch her jacket and cap. Hair is still tied up, but definitely falling apart. You can see her trying to fiddle with something on her waist and failing as a pair of stormtroopers run up next to her, firing behind at something that's not currently visible, but is making noises similar to the drones you all have been encountering. As shadows come across around the corner, one of the stormtroopers says to Avalon, "We need to go now." The other one grabs at her arm to pull her along, just as the one who spoke spins to try to fire at the now approaching drones, and before he can even get a shot off, these drones fire lasers out, but they're different lasers than the ones you've been encountering to this point. They're large and green and seem to really hit with a bit more of a punch, and the stormtrooper gets blown into the wall and kind of falls down, as his armor clearly scorched and even seems to be melting slightly. The stormtrooper and Avalon keep running and eventually come around a corner into what appears to be a maintenance area, and the stormtrooper leans forward to grab a defense baton off the ground that was clearly belonging to one of the guards and just slams it into the controls for the maintenance door, and they close, and the stormtrooper seems to be out of breath, and Avalon is trying to lean against one of the walls, seemingly trying to still get one of her things on her belt working in some way. Yeah. Stormtrooper is kind of shaking his head slightly, and you can see now in the quiet of the chaos that the helmet is damaged. It looks like the helmet got kind of scorched, like it got one of the bolts, caught the edge of it. And you see, it looks like he's trying to look through it and just at her and just failing. And so he removes the helmet and just coughs and shakes his head and just kind of drops the helmet on the ground and says, "Sorry, Lieutenant. I think we're stuck here for now." And with that, we will transition away to another place in the galaxy. A glittering world. Of beautiful mountains and forests. Cities that are known for their beauty, much like their populace. Almost extravagantly so. To a large palace rising against the side of a massive lake and overlooked by mountains. It itself rising against its own mountain, looking out and standing upon this balcony, dressed in the best clothes her sister and princess of this world, Hapes, could manage to find for her, is Sidani. Breathing in the lush air and seeing people out enjoying the water below, likely other nobles with their yachts. And you're currently alone, but you did not venture here alone. You're here with both your sister Venata and a recently made friend, Sarah Hailstrot, another Jedi trainee who is apprenticed personally to the more classically styled Jedi, Ilosenka. He is currently off on his own mission, leaving her alone on Ossus, and you together decided she should accompany you. But for now, you are alone on Hapes, taking in the scenery.
I imagine Sid's eyes have just been wide with awe and wonder and just sparkling goodness ever since they touched down.
Yeah, and you've been here for about a day, so you've gotten to see that even the nighttime is beautiful, lit by stars, and it never even truly got dark, just always this sort of glittering magic. To your knowledge, Sarah is presently eating. It's in the morning, and said she would join you soon. Venata is trying to arrange for you to meet the person she said would hopefully help the two of you learn more about yourselves.
Awesome.
But as you're standing out there, You quickly get the feeling that you're not alone.
Said, we'll look around and try to reach out with the Force to see who's around. I want to use Force Sense.
Okay.
I don't have the range upgrade, so I'll probably end up doing a circuit around the room, but...
Well, you're outside. You're on this large, it's not even a balcony. It's just this large outdoor area with a bit of a short wall, just looking out from the palace down in, there's a few tables and small plants and such out here, clearly meant to be able to entertain a large group, but you're on the edge just kind of looking out. But yeah, you can walk along the side sensing. You very quickly do sense out and find this one who was on the edge of your awareness, and as you do, it doesn't take you long to realize you've felt this before, you know this, you've seen this, and with a bit of a smile and crossed arms, you are, as soon as you get far enough for him to realize he's been discovered, you are met with the silver hair draped face of Ambrose, who you previously met on Anaxes, before he had to quickly leave your presence. And
Well, hello there. What's someone like you doing, well, here and up here?
And he gives a smile and
Not that much, of course.
he gives a smile and raises an eyebrow toward the last comment, kind of leaning his head forward and just raising one shoulder as a well, you found me. I am here to observe and learn about Hapen and Dathomiri culture, and I guess I found myself observing too closely.
So there's a quick troll in place, and have you liked what you've observed?
He makes a very pointed glance up and down at you before nodding and kind of making a motion of perhaps like kind of a motion indicating that the two of you should maybe walk back to where you were at, so as not to be more kind of in this bushed corner.
Yeah, Sid does so.
That's, yes, my time here was and has been very interesting, but you have certainly made it more so.
And why are you studying Hapes and Dathomir?
I know some important families, and any place of nobility, he kind of puts his hand to his side, like the Empire or the Consortium, other places as well, often like to hear what I have to say about the people.
Just to clarify, was he sneaking around or just kind of casually out on the balcony, for lack of a better term?
The only sneaking he was probably doing was trying to make sure you didn't see him watching you.
Gotcha. Okay.
So otherwise you don't get any impression from him right now that he feels at all uncomfortable where he is.
All right.
So if there's anything, it's more of him trying to read you more than it is anything environment.
And anything of note that you've observed about us?
Us?
Well, of Heaps, Dathomir, etc.
And he gives a smile toward you. That Hapes could use more of Dathomir.
Sig kind of gives a look like she's turning that idea over in her head. Anything else?
As you come to a stop close to where you were originally standing, he just looks out and says, "For a place so focused on beauty, they sure took too long to bring you here."
Oh, he is smooth. I don't think Sid's
He would like to make a. He would like to make a charm check off of that if. So.
Right, 1 red, 2 purple.
Would you like to give him a boost? It's your choice.
Because of how smooth that was, yes, he does get at least 1 boost.
Okay. Darn.
So Sid's just, I guess, kind of, she doesn't know what to make of the comment. Like, she's flattered to the point of just silence, her mouth's probably hanging open a little. She's surprised and just kind of has frozen up a little. So that's the failure.
Okay. Fair enough. He notices that and clearly seems to back off from the flirting a moment. And he just says, "Is that why you're here? To enhance the beauty? Or is there a greater purpose?"
Here to find out more about my own history. And she'll kind of tuck a lock of hair behind her ears. It's it's nothing really. Just exploring, learning. It's a very cultured vacation, I guess you could say. I don't know how much I can actually say.
Well, I would suppose one like you would have a lot to learn about family. And you see him kind of look forward a little, and he puts a hand to his hair, kind of smoothing it out. It clearly, it's been continued to be well maintained, but clearly hasn't been cut since you last saw him, so it just continues to grow a bit longer. And his clothes, by the way, are very, he seems to, in both places, seems to have chosen something that identifies him as an outsider, but is not so out of place as to be inappropriate. Like, he's wearing something very simple, much more in the lines of what a lot of the Hapen men wear, but still looking just out of place enough for you to be like, he's probably not from here.
All right.
And it's mostly dark colors, and there's a bit of sleevelessness to the arms. Mostly just around the elbows, there being like, and wrists, there being just enough jewelry to kind of break up what would otherwise be fairly from inspection fairly muscular arms. But he certainly doesn't look out of place amongst the men here in looks. That much is certain. But you can tell even more so than you probably could on Anaxes that physically he takes good care of himself, but also that he's, again, like, you just get this feeling that there's more to him than going around to noble places.
Yeah, that's been picked up, along with the physical details of him. I'm sure Sid has noticed. Let's see. Sid kind of looks around from the place on the balcony. Have you eaten yet? Or I'm sure that there's, if you want to get some breakfast. Or...
No, I already have, but appreciate that. No, I was out here. Well, there aren't many opportunities for exercise, so I take what I can get while I'm here.
Exercise? Is there any like exercise equipment out here on the balcony, or just?
No, he's indicating he was going for a walk. Like, he just wanted to get movement.
Wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
You can express that confusion though if you want. It's totally understandable.
Yeah, Sid kind of looks around, and then when it dawns on her, her eyes go wide a bit, and then it's like, oh, well, if you haven't finished your walk, I could join you.
If you're not waiting for anything, yes, sure.
I don't know how long the others will be. I'll leave a quick message, and they can call me when they get back.
He just nods and takes enough steps away to... You get the impression he probably could hear you if he was trying to still, but it seems to... He's at least giving you space to be polite.
All right. Sid makes sure the dragon's fed, the message is left, that she has her comm on her. Yeah, we'll grab whatever she needs for a brief walk, and we'll meet back up with him.
Okay. Yeah, as the two of you move to leave this outdoor area and begin to there's some paths that go down from the palace, kind of down the mountain rocks and toward the lake below and around that area. So he seems to be taking what you can imagine as a path he clearly knows from having been here before, but he seems to be, from the paths you can see, probably leading you toward one of the easier ones. So the two of you aren't having to try very hard. But as he's kind of moving the two of you along, he says, so what are you trying to learn about your family. I would imagine it be easy to. And he seems to kind of catch himself and stop before he says anything further.
Sid kind of knows her eyes and looks at him. That depends. What are you expecting my family to be like?
Well, no one knows. Well, and he kind of catches himself. There are theories as to who the lover of the Jedi Queen may have been, but I think it's very obvious to anyone who's studied bloodlines that, well,
Out with it. What do you know?
that you look a lot like her. And he kind of gives you a half smile.
Sid kind of returns the smile, but she very quickly goes back to the pointed questions. Tell me more about this speculation you have. I'm curious.
So, and he's kind of nodding his head as if what you're saying is confirming it. So you are.
Merely discussing there is a royalty around here, or the nobility, and that's the lifeblood. One should know the place around.
Well, and he says, technically, the Jedi Queen gave up her right to the throne. That's why the core family carries it onward.
True, I misspoke.
It's a
But don't you what do you know of the speculation?
Just that she had a group of companions that she traveled with through her journeys and in the fight against Abeloth. Most likely be one of them.
And you have an idea of which one?
Based on you? Afraid not.
She just kind of frowns that she's not really getting anywhere.
You should take that as a compliment.
She kind of shrugs and I guess I don't really have enough context to really know. To really know how to take that. Seems like you know more about these things than I do.
Sure, many here would say similar to what I have. It's not that unusual. If they recognized you, of course.
Of course. Is that something I have to worry about? Being recognized? She didn't say anything about trying to disguise myself or anything. So,
Who didn't?
and as it's saying this, Sid's just kind of more muttering to herself.
Yeah.
Venata, I'm visiting on. She was the one that extended the invitation, I guess you could say.
Ah, well, that would certainly make sense.
Sid just kind of flushes that she probably gave away more of the game than she was expecting to.
Well, you get from his tone that he's not
So,
actually
yeah,
implying
yeah.
you're related. That he's actually just saying, well, if you are the daughter of the Jedi Queen, then it would make sense you'd have the invitation from the daughter of the Hapen Queen.
Gotcha.
As you start getting through the rocks, you can see the water and the way the rocks kind of frame it around you, and he kind of takes a moment to stop and look out at it rather than get closer to it. He seems to prefer places with more privacy than the more open places, as far as where you can see him stop. Ones where he can still see, like, out, but where it's less likely for others to see him.
Interesting.
So even here, like, you can see out into the water, but if anyone were on any of the yachts out there, they wouldn't be able to see you or him.
Beautiful place.
It's certainly one of the better sights in the galaxy.
You travel often then? Besides just picking up rumors and meeting nobility?
Oh. As I said, I trace bloodlines, and sometimes you have to go far to find them.
Why do you trace bloodlines? What interest of it does it really have to you?
History, I suppose, and since I've been young, I've always cared about legacy, I suppose.
And why would that be? You have a legacy of your own you're trying to protect or carry on?
I suppose I do.
You care to share that with the class?
I didn't know I had a student. And as he kind of leans back and crosses his arms, he says, I got a feeling there are much better things I can teach you than bloodlines.
Such as? I dance better than you.
More than one way to dance.
Oh, is that so? Alright, let's see what you got. I'll show you up again right here, right now.
You get like a really amused expression from his face as you see him kind of glance around and feel like his meaning was lost.
Mm-hmm. It's not wrong.
he just kind of nods, and you see him kind of pressing against some of the rocks that he's standing near, and kind of seeming to find like he's looking for a strong one before putting his hand on it and lifting like with all his strength, kind of lifting hard against it and giving himself a very strong push off into the air that he is then able to kind of half run against the rocks he was leaning toward and come to a stop at the top of a rock, like right near you.
Not bad. Not bad.
Should actually be 3 success, 5 advantage, because he should have removed those setbacks. I apologize.
All right, so let's out a low whistle.
And then kind of with hands on his legs as he kind of sits on the rock, he says, "And if you can catch me, perhaps I can show you more up close."
Sid gives the very obvious look of challenge accepted. This is not how you recover from a medical condition, Sid.
1 difficulty,
All right.
2 setback. Athletics, by the way. Oh ho ho ho. Would you like to apply that?
I will cancel out the threat, and the rest can go to successes.
All right, so using the force to give you a much needed boost, you can basically run up one of the rock walls and then make just a straight leap to where he's currently sitting at. How do you wish to handle your movements near and around him once you get to him, since you are quote-unquote in the lead?
Well, he did say catch me, so I am going to try to tackle him.
Okay. All right.
This just in: 2 people died from falling.
No. He picked a solid spot. All right, so yeah, as you make your full kind of twist leap through the air, how do you tackle him? I say you'd have enough force to do it, but his advantages will mean he'll have some, I'll say, control. But how do you do it?
All right. What kind of surface are we landing on?
It's not a particularly jagged rock or anything. He basically jumped up onto a kind of smoother, flatter surface, but there's enough, like, you can tell he's keeping with the privacy vibe. There's enough kind of tree and branch sort of coverage that honestly you're probably landing on half leaves, half rock if you were to tackle him.
All right. So to tackle him, she'll probably wrap her arms around him and try to sweep his legs out from under him as she turns the landing into more of a roll, and go that way.
All right, and how do you control the roll? Like the roll? Like, is it more of a side or end over? Like, kind of Just trying to.
It would probably be side, yeah.
Okay.
That would be the safest way to do it.
So you jump and contact with him, kind of pulling him up out of his sitting position, using one of your legs to kind of keep his from getting much control. He's definitely surprised and caught off guard, but he is quickly able to react and kind of reaches out with one of his arms to grab one of the thicker tree branches near you to kind of slow down your movement so that the two of you don't roll off of the surface. And we'll say that he lands on top of you through the roll, since he's the one grabbing the branch. But at least one of your legs is over his ankle, meaning it would be difficult for him to move without you moving first.
Still counts as having caught you.
Do you say that out loud, or?
Yes.
He's just smiling and seems very impressed.
Have to be faster next time.
Won't underestimate you again.
See that you don't.
And he kind of shakes the branch as much as he can so that a leaf falls on you.
So, I guess she'll start picking the leaves out of her hair and whatnot from all that.
Yeah, well, like I said, he can't really move his legs until you move yours. But he is two of your legs are basically tangled, but your upper bodies aren't, because he's holding the branch. So there's a bit of space between you there.
I suppose I can let him get up.
Okay. So yeah, once you move your legs, he slowly picks himself out of place with you. He more of just sort of leans to the side of you, like kind of pulling himself off so he's on his side, and the two of you kind of stay under the leaves and branch as you're trying to remove the leaves from your hair rather than like standing up or anything.
Sid will try to somewhat dust itself off. Hopefully your clothing isn't too ruined by that, but...
No, it wouldn't have. Not from that. Maybe scuffed up a little here and there, but nothing super visible.
So what did I win?
He lightly puts a hand on your arm, and he's not like sort of what I would say going too far, but he is kind of rubbing your arm slightly in a friendly, very friendly way.
Okay.
Before saying, depends on what you want.
Sid just gets a mischievous look in her eye. Like... anything. I could ask for a new starship, maybe, or... And she'll list off a number of jokes, more or less.
With each joke, he's gonna lean in a little closer until you're probably a few inches away, face-wise.
You have any recommendations? You're the one that's been traveling around the galaxy.
He'll put a hand in your hair, and it's clearly not with the intent to do so, but you do feel his fingers kind of grab a leaf and sort of flick it out. And he says, "A brush may not be bad."
A brush? Could use one of those. Should see my hair in the morning after sparring practice. It's where the small dragon can sleep in there, it's building a nest. But maybe maybe we should just start braiding the leaves into the hair already. People won't notice. But yes, I like that. A brush. That would be good. She's just kind of completely oblivious.
Yeah, at this point he would probably, as you're rambling, he would probably be using his fingers like a brush. Trying to catch any of the little pieces of leaves, yeah.
Force it. I'm not quite sure what Sid would try to do next. So does he make any actions after the leaves have been more or less brushed out of her hair?
He would like to make another charm check attempt.
Okay. Same as before.
Including the boost, or no?
Yeah, I'd say he gets the boost.
Okay. Get the... one red to purple. There he goes.
Much better than last time.
Much better. He would probably, you would have noticed he actually, in response to kind of the braiding the leaves thing, you would have noticed that he would have actually have done that as he was, after he kind of cleared it, he would have taken one of the nicer looking of the leaves so that wasn't quite as dead, and kind of threaded it through your hair and kind of lifted it up to show you. You can tell he's probably braided hair before, that it seemed pretty easy for him to do. It's not obviously, as it's not really meant to be used that way. It's a little haphazard looking, but an effort was made.
Sid will be impressed by it. Say, oh, that looks beautiful. Well done.
Yeah, he kind of rests that bit of your hair on your shoulder, basically.
Wonder what the Hapen nobles would make of me if I show up with a bunch of leaves in my hair looking like some kind of fairy queen out of a holodrama.
You kind of... probably not as well as I would. But they would just have to get used to it.
Yes, they would. If you say you like it, then that's what we'll do. She'll start looking around for other leaves she can braid into her hair.
Yeah, he kind of takes that cue and is trying to help. I will say the whole time, however, he will be keeping his body probably about as close to you as possible and occasionally kind of leaning it on you. Other than that, I wouldn't say any further moves than have been taken so far.
Yeah, Sid notices the closeness, but I don't know if she knows what to make of it yet.
Yeah, once the hair braiding would actually begin, he would probably lift you up just enough to kind of be resting on his shoulder so that the two of you have more room, and so he'd probably be kind of half holding you the whole time.
Okay.
But so that way you can not have to be kind of fighting with your hair while also leaning up. But yeah, so I'd say that's about the closest you
enjoy
get.
it. Yeah. Yeah, Sid's going to enjoy it.
All right, and with that, we will go back to space and the Star Destroyer action right after this brief intermission. See you all soon. All right, and we are back, returning to the Star Destroyer in space, where our heroes have just landed in the hangar, seeing a bunch of chaos about as transports are being loaded, clearly for evacuation, while others are seem to be either guarding or managing the hangar. And several seem to be around the hangar exits. Some are firing, some are not. Lots of confusion and chaos as you touch down the ship and disembark from it.
Okay. I'm wasting no time. I'm going to exit the Paragon, blast the drone, and immediately shout, "Imperials, form on me!"
Does that include us?
Ray just says,
get
"I
in
think
line."
we've been drafted."
Yeah, Talia's just gonna quickly fall to Young's order and lightsaber in hand, probably.
Same.
Yeah, Ray has her blaster slung like on her back, and she's leaving the staff on the ship. Castum, what are you doing as you're coming off?
Probably just trying to figure out if that signal has a specific location.
As far as your signal on the drones go, it was all over the place. You think that those impact points that Sol scanned on the outer surface, you think most of those were points where drones got into the ship from?
Then working on a countermeasure.
Okay. All right. Yep. Then, so yeah. Young, make a leadership check against 3 difficulty. Okay. You're able to get basically any Imperials that aren't directly evacuating, mostly like trooper officers and the like, who, as you land, who noticed you and are directly near you. No one toward the doors, but at least amongst the ship area, they do come over to where you call.
Okay.
And, there's probably, because it is a Star Destroyer, it's a pretty large area. There's multiple hangars. This is the one on the side where you approach the Star Destroyer. There's also one on the other side. So for this hangar, I'd say you probably encounter about there's probably about half a dozen that immediately come over to you, and probably half a dozen to a dozen more that clearly are, considering the ones that come to you, representatives that they will then listen to in turn.
All right. Yeah, so I'm just going to quickly tell them. I'm an Imperial representative. I'm here to support. Tell me the situation as quickly and concisely as you can, and then I'm going to the bridge.
You get nods and you hear one say, Admiral Masai has lost contact with all command groups on the ship. We are following his last order, which was evacuation. Our currently known intel is the ship is under assault by a drone force. We have reports of other individuals, but have no visual confirmation here.
I would like to make a valuable facts check to find out the best location to deploy a drone countermeasure.
Okay.
Let's use warfare for this. This seems fitting.
All right. Based on the information that the others give you as far as where the drones have appeared and what they're doing, your best guess would be to try to reach the main reactor area of the Star Destroyer and use the energy from the reactor to release a pulse that disrupts the drone systems long enough for the assault teams to either at least drive them back or potentially be able to get rid of them entirely. And you know you can probably do this based on Castam's knowledge of the drones and their systems. As long as he gets to the reactor and is part of setting that up, he can probably pull it off.
Well, there we go. I'll relay that information to Castam, which will give him a triumph whenever he makes that check. And then I'll say, okay, it seems like we have two objectives. Get to the reactor to deploy this countermeasure and retake the bridge, find out what happened to Admiral Masai, and regain control of the ship.
I can go with Castum to help him get.
Then I'll go with you, Young.
Yeah, and Ray clearly indicates she will go wherever Sol's going, so. Plus, she is mechanically inclined as well, so if Castum needs help, it would probably make sense for her to be with him anyway.
It's your call, Young.
Best of luck, Skywalker.
May the force be with you.
And with you as well.
And before you go, one of the Imperial officers amongst the group, because most of the people near you were stormtroopers who were focused on the more military aspect, the Imperial officer hands you a data pad, Young, and says, Sir, these officers are, in addition to the Admiral, these officers are unaccounted for. They have not reached transports. Most of them do not have adequate combat training to defend themselves.
Do you have a last known location for them?
Only their assignments for today. And so you're given a data pad. There's about a dozen names on it, and you quickly recognize one as being Avalon, saying that she was assigned to the bridge, like the Admiral. Most of the others were assigned to things like engines, research and development, because this is a science ship more so than a military ship. So, and you would all even be noticing that that's why the order is likely for evacuation rather than defense, is because there's less combat personnel than would normally be on a Star Destroyer.
Understood. I will, if I come across them on my way to the bridge, I will attempt to rescue them, but it is not the main priority. I'm sure you understand.
Officer looks a little solemn but nods. Yes, sir.
Continue the evacuation.
Would there be any on the way to the reactor?
Well, the ones that were mentioned to be in the engines likely would be, if they were trying to evacuate.
Those, once we do the countermeasures, we can pick up the ones on our way back to the bridge.
Can I quickly make a copy of the datapad to give the
Yeah.
Sol then?
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
you can copy the information as long as someone on Sol's team has a datapad. Castum, I assume, would. If not, Sol.
Just writes it down in his hand.
And then draws really rough sketches of what they look like.
All right. Let's not waste any more time.
So, yeah, as you split into two groups, one heading for the bridge, one heading for the reactor. We will go with reactor group first. So, Sol and Castum, and with Ray with you. Yeah, so as you exit out of the hangar in the direction of the reactor, you quickly pass by a group of stormtroopers who are guarding that door, and one of them, they recognize that you were with the others, but one of them says out to you, is like, don't know who you are, but those drones pack punch.
I was gonna be like, we know, but then I was like, we don't actually.
I mean, you would know from previous experience, like, you don't know the new differences, but you would know.
Yeah, we just never actually dealt with the new ones yet.
Does Sol or Custom say anything, or I'll just move on?
Sorry, my internet blipped out. The last thing I heard was when we made the copy of the thing.
Okay. I was saying that we were starting with your group, and when you got to the door, that you were told by the stormtroopers guarding that area that they don't know who you are, but these drones pack quite a punch.
We have experience with them, just not these models. But rest assured, we are prepared.
They just kind of shrug and nod to you, and Ray has her rifle forward rather than on her back, and yep. So, do you all move forward?
Yeah, Sol will lead, charge forward.
Yeah, the data pad, whichever one of you has the data pad, that would have basically a explanation of where the reactor is, what hallways you need to take, that kind of thing. So, as you're moving out of the hangar and down the first metallic gray corridor, you see coming around a corner a pair of officers running, being chased by the drones, and before either of the officers can even see you or before you can react, the officers are shot down by the drones, and you see the green laser shoot out, clearly recognizing the difference in, well, the firing ability. And Ray just lifts her rifle up as if she's preparing to fire at them down the corridor.
Did they immediately see us? The drones, technically?
I would say you have time to react because the drones were firing at the officers that they were chasing. So you have time to react. Ray's reaction, unless one of you stop her, appears to be to fire on the drones.
Yeah, I was thinking, considering that these are kyber crystal drones, possibly try and take another path and not immediately try to fight them.
Yeah, so if Castum says that out loud, Sol put his hand on Ray's the end of her rifle and push it lower and point towards the edge of the, like, up against the wall.
She seems conflicted about that, having seen those two people just get shot down. But she will listen to Sol.
And Sol just sort of whisper, like, it's better we get them all shut down than to take the few out that we see. The faster we get there, the better.
So I take it as Castum wants to attempt to move the group via stealth checks.
Yes.
Okay.
I guess
Castum
at the very least.
Castum takes the lead of the party.
Yeah.
1 red, 2 purple, 2 setback. As trying to maneuver 3 people. Well, you successfully maneuver 3 people.
I somehow successfully maneuvered the officers that are stuck.
So, yeah, you quickly figure out the situation. You know these drone patterns pretty well at this point. You keep encountering them. You keep learning from them, understanding better every time. And so you, seeing how they are moving, you're able to move with Sol and Ray very quickly to get around these drones, get down the corridor, and to keep avoiding any similar drone paths and routes that you seem to be coming across.
I know it doesn't really change the result much, but 2 boosts less because those are drones and not people, and they're immune to force powers technically.
Yeah, it really doesn't change it much, but thank you for correcting it. And as the 3 of you are moving, you're able to keep everyone mostly secure and safe throughout. As you're moving, you do observe there aren't actually that many drones. There's probably only, that you've passed by, probably only 4 or 5, and you're not sure how many more there are. You think most of the Imperial reaction is probably that the whatever this new, like, blaster system that they have is just much higher powered than the Imperials can sustain for very long, because this, again, isn't a military first vessel. It's a shipment to test and study systems.
Yeah, I mean, just because these ones are quality, not quantity, like last time.
Yeah, so as the 3 of you kind of poke your heads out, you can see 1 more short corridor from where you're currently hiding. And in front of you appears to be, at least from what you can tell and scan, there seem to be 3 drones flying around what appears to be the reactor area. And you can see out into the reactor area. It appears the blast doors to the reactor room have been opened, which would be unusual in this instance. So you're not quite sure what that means.
Should I still be at 11 out of 14 wounds right now?
From general recovery, yes.
Just wanted to be sure. There is a reason part 2 as to why I wanted to stealth instead.
Yeah, no, you would need to use stim packs to heal further right now.
I will use 3, I guess. That should put me at 12. That should put me at 0, right? Because that should be 12. Because it's diminishing returns.
Sorry, I apologize. What did you say?
So I'm going to be using 3 stim packs because that's diminishing returns. That'll be 12. Yeah.
Okay, you want to heal to 0?
Yeah.
Okay.
As much as I am not a fan of making myself less susceptible to the healing of stim packs later on.
Yeah.
My hope is to not get shot in the first place.
We'll say that you've been using 1 stim pack basically every time the 3 of you have rested, trying to recover and kind of get yourself just pumped and ready to go, more or less.
So is there any like nearby rooms or consoles that might be able to be used to help us get there without getting noticed, possibly? Something to more or less distract the drones or something?
Well, the only reason you know the drones are there is because you can see them flying by through the open doors in the reactor area. The 3 drones are inside the reactor area, not the corridor you're currently looking through to it.
Mm-hmm. Then I guess the best I can really just do is just use the crap ton of advantages from before to give myself boosts.
Yeah. I will say, as far as moving into this area goes, you will no longer be able to move everybody for characters to say stealth. They would all need to individually make checks.
All right, then
you would be able
teammates are getting boosts.
I was going to say, you would use these boosts on your next check, and then whatever you get on the check for yourself, you could then give to Sol and Ray. Is how it would work.
I was kind of more hoping to like stack it where I use boosts for them and then anything left over for myself, and then if I get more boosts to give them to them, but that works too, I guess.
So you would be able to add 1, 2, 3, 4 to your next check, which will be 1 red, 2 purple, 3 black. So close to the same, but.
Just for simplicity, I guess I will do a Master of Shadows to decrease that difficulty by 1. I took into account this time about the immune to force powers.
Yeah, the correct number. Okay, you can give them a total of 3 boosts, and you have 1 advantage left over to recover strain.
All right.
So how would you like to give them out?
If I could split it 2 and 1, and the 2 go to the one with the least positive dice rolled.
Okay, Sol, what's your stealth?
4 green and remove a setback.
She is 4 green and does not remove a setback. So I guess she gets 2 and Sol gets 1.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's an odd number. I'm just trying to figure out how to.
Yeah. No. So we'll have Sol go first then. So you're rolling against 1 red, 1 purple, and 3 black, which you reduce by 1, and you're rolling 1 boost from custom. Okay. And then Ray.
I mean, hey, at least that second one was actually useful in a way, but
Oh dear. So yeah, as the 3 of you make it down the corridor, Castum, you quickly figure out, oh, you can climb around the edges of the reactor and quickly get to the core area where you can start activating the pulse system. And you begin to do that, and Sol sees how you're moving around this gigantic reactor room, which is this large energy core in the middle, along with several energy venting and cooling systems to help offset that, and many lines that obviously go out from the reactor to other parts of the ship, including several large ones that go toward where the engines are. And Sol, you follow Castum's lead, trying to go that way, but as you do, you bump into a control system which begins to close all the reactor doors that had been opened previously. And so while you do successfully hide yourself and kind of get to around the area where Castum's at, the doors start closing, and Ray gets caught off guard by that and has to kind of stumble and move forward to avoid the doors otherwise trapping her or catching her clothes or anything. And as she does, she kind of makes a noise of surprise, and the drones begin to notice her and begin flying her way. And she will attempt initiative against them. This is Ray. And this is the drones. Okay. The drones begin targeting her and begin to aim, but she will fire out at them first. After she takes her turn and the drones fire, it'll be up to you guys what you want to do. So she will aim and fire at the closest drone. She's running forward amongst the reactor area stuff and trying to find a place behind some of the piping where she can kind of get some cover while still firing up at them. She will take 2 strain to do so. And she's moving, not taking the cover. She's just standing near the cover. And fires out at them. As she's firing, you guys see that the blasters haven't just been improved, but also the shields as well on these things. So she fires out for 12 damage, which does successfully destroy one of the drones. Leaving the other 2 flying around. They are firing down now at her. Having aimed already, they will aim a second time, having fully targeted her now that she's firing at them. And They hit her for 13. She soaks 5, taking 8 wounds. Alright, Sol and Castum, you're up. So Sol, you're basically on a maintenance ring on the outer sides of the reactor. Castum has run to basically you're 1 maneuver away from the reactor, and you currently have cover to the whole situation.
Sol's just gonna yell out for Castum to keep going. He'll try to keep the drones off and start maneuvering where you can see the drones.
Okay. As I said, you're currently on the kind of outer ring of the reactor on some of the maintenance pipes. So how do you want to move toward the drones?
I'm just looking for a clear shot. So is there any gaps or anywhere that he might be able to make a shot from?
Yes, you'd be able to make a medium range shot from maneuvering between some of the pipes to see them basically through the pipes, more or less where Rey is. You're basically shooting over her head of the area she was looking to kind of duck behind.
Okay. That's what Sol will be doing then.
Okay. Adversary 1, defense 2 on the drones. Medium range.
Adversary 1, defense 1 or 2?
2. They are at medium range of her as well because they are up in the air. You, by being on the maintenance pipes, are up higher than her. That's why you're still at medium range. Okay.
It's 9 pierce 2 and a crit.
All right. You shoot one drone and it goes spiraling and flying into the other drone. Spectacular explosion of light, and you see what seems to be like green and blue shards just kind of falling away from the explosion and landing with the heaps of drone parts. Rey seems to be out of breath and like breathing hard and like oh wow kind of look on her face. You're not too close to her. You're kind of the short medium like in between stage. You can see her through the piping, kind of leaning against the spot she was looking to take cover in and trying to catch her breath.
Creepy eyes and glowing blaster through pipes.
And Castum, what are you doing?
I guess just continuing to try and get to the controls that I'm trying to get to and get this party stopped.
Okay. So as you get to the main reactor control system, you realize you're going to have to brute force your way into the Imperial system because none of you have Imperial credentials. So you have no way to access the system normally. So you're going to have to hack into the Imperial computer before you're allowed access to the reactor.
Okay.
So make a... so the Triumph does not apply to this check because that has to do with the pulse. So make a 1 red, 2 purple, 2 setback computers check. I assume you have slicer gear on you.
Yeah, I have the implanted cyberjack.
Okay.
I was like, I don't have slicer gear, and then I was like, oh right, that. Damn, bypass security does not work here. Okay.
No, this is what bypass security would be made for, I believe.
Oh. Okay, because I guess just the way it's worded, disable a security device or open a locked door.
Yeah, technically you're disabling a security device.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Sorry,
a
what?
lock. This is basically an electronic lock on the system because you're trying to disable the authorization.
Okay. Sorry, what was the check again?
1 red, 2 purple, 2 black.
And thanks to bypass security, minusing 1 of those black. Okay. I'm sorry, what was that about not having a triumph?
All right, yeah, you begin working very quickly to slice and hack into the system. And as you do, you notice you're able to access the full security system through the back door that you're using. So you're able to bring up on the sensors and scanners all nearby security, which is good because as you do, you pick up on that there is an additional signature inside of this room other than you three that just emerged from one of the upper vents, likely leading from the engine area.
I would like to yell out, but I'm not going to because then everybody will immediately know where I'm at.
Yeah, you currently probably won't be noticed by that additional figure. You would recognize that the information coming off of the scanners about this individual, it is probably the enhanced armored man that you encountered on Anaxes in Miranda's lab that helped get her out of there.
The guy that came out of those vents as well.
Yeah.
Vent man.
Yeah, the one that kicked Ray until she was out.
All right. Well, I'm gonna try to remember this for next time, but I actually, thanks to the implanted cyberjack, I can take 2 strain to decrease difficulty of my computer's checks to disable or slice computers by 1.
Ah, okay.
Thankfully, it wouldn't matter now because that was a blank purple, but still.
Correct.
All right, yeah. If I can just do a comm or something that Sol can hear without me having to yell it out.
Yes, you would.
Then, yeah, point out that the guy that came through the vents while we were at the college, the academy, sorry, is here. And point out where he is instead of just kind of leaving that as a vague, where is he?
Yeah, you can point out the general direction, basically by the engine vents, but Sol would still need to try and figure out, like, try to see him if he wants to try to see him.
Yeah, but at least narratively, that's like a boost.
Oh, yeah, I would let you have that.
Versus just that direction, have fun.
So, Sol?
I missed the last like 30 seconds because the internet keeps going out.
Basically, I hacked the computer and found out that the guy that came from the vents at the academy and kicked Ray is here. I told you the nice, like, general-ish direction, so now you have a boost on trying to see them.
If you want to try to find him.
Sol would to try and get information.
In what sense?
Let's see. Trying to think what the best check would I just do a regular perception check to try to
Yeah, basically Custom found him on the scanners and would be indicating to you where he is. So you would then be able to, like, look in that direction to trying to find him if you want to, or if you have something else you want to do, you at least have the knowledge that this guy is around and in that general area.
He seemed crafty, so I'm actually going to use my infra binoculars just in case to pick up heat signatures, just in case he has some type of stealth camo or something.
Okay.
And then just try to lock down his location.
Right. That'll be that'll be a 3 difficulty check, and you have the boost from custom. The binoculars did remove some additional stuff, but you still have to find it.
And I'm actually going to use my once per session to add a success for each light side point.
Ah, okay. 5. Well, it was a good time to use it, I suppose.
Yeah.
When the end result of using that is less successes than you added, it was a good time to use it. Alright, so yeah, you are able to find him moving through the area where the engine piping is. You've got the feeling that he probably is tapped into the drones in some way and became aware that they were shot down.
Yeah, Sol's just going to sort of whisper into his comms because he don't want to say it out loud and just say, got him.
Yeah.
Oh, and if possible, could I don't know, use a maneuver or something to have my my combat scanner set to tracking motion? That way I don't get snuck up on.
Yes, I'd say you'd be able to do that.
Awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, Sol's just staying ready, waiting for the right time to strike, because I'm assuming with him moving, there's going to be, like, stuff in the way off and on.
Yeah. You get the impression he's looking around right now, probably trying to find who took out the drones. And he spots Rey, and you see him begin running along the piping to get closer to her.
Sol immediately, like, just say Rey down and start trying to have covering fire. Hopefully throw balance.
Alright, he is currently at long range of you, so I assume that the shots are just narrative, correct?
Correct.
Yes?
Yes, because I can only the medium, so I'm just trying to distract him, be like, come back this way, kind of thing.
Yeah, you can tell from his movements that he is moving very easily on the piping, very quickly on the piping. Like he is not impeded by the terrain being as it is. And are you moving at all? You're obviously giving away your location by firing, but...
Yeah, he would be moving whatever way he could towards the direction, whether it's if he has to get on the pipes, whatever way to... Because he's trying to make himself the target.
So are you trying to intercept or to just get to Rey?
If there is a route, albeit even dangerous one, that could intercept, he would.
Okay. Then athletics check at the ready. Yeah, you can... Okay, then make a 2 red... to be 2 red, 1 purple, and 2 setback athletics check. And you'll be basically running along the pipes in front of you and then trying to jump the gap before he has the ability to jump down to where she is.
I'm jumping a gap, so if no one objects, I'm going to use one of these.
Yes. I doubt anyone will. Oh.
I figured this would be the roll that would do that.
Yeah. Do you want, I know you have a reattempt. Do you want to use it here or no?
Use it here.
Since there's no despair, you won't like fall into the pit or anything, but you will miss your opportunity to intercept him. Is basically the situation here. Okay.
Don't have to take the 4 strain, so that's good.
Yep. All right.
So would more successes do it faster?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, I'll do 3 successes and then add another advantage just so I could I'm gonna give him a step back with both advantages.
Okay.
To whatever he attempts.
All right, so yeah, you're gonna manage to feel the force. You get this premonition feeling from the force, this imagined vision-like feeling of just a moment seeing your failure before you try to calm and focus your breath, focus your movements, listen to the force, shake off your fear, and you sprint and make the leap. And just before he's about to jump off of the piping he's been running along, you manage to hit him and land right next to him, causing him to roll backward and be in an off-balance position. And what is your vigilance? Matthew?
2 yellow and a green.
Do you have any additions that would normally be made to a vigilance check or no?
No. Interesting.
So he reacts first, but with double despair.
Question. The way he's connected to the drones, would that happen to be some type of object or device?
We're saying is there something we can knock off him? Let me see. You can say your tackle maybe knocked off something. Nothing related to the drones. No, all of his stuff is like bolted on because of the way he is. Let's see. I would say what we can do is one or both of the despairs can upgrade his next check, and the other can be used to activate a scene effect that I'll use on his check depending on the results. So, up to you how you want to do it. Since this is purely just the who goes first check is the thing. Matthew?
Betty broke again.
Having a rough day of that. Yeah. Hopefully he'll be back in a second. All right, you back?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say we could have. I can have either both despairs upgrade the difficulty of his next check that he does. You just hit him like you off balanced him that hard, or we can have one despair upgrade his check and one despair activate a scene effect that I will apply during his next check, depending on what he does and how it goes.
Yeah, I'll do that. The one upgrade in the scene.
Okay.
Change.
Yeah. All right. Cool. So yeah, depending on how he does will affect how it plays out. But yeah. All right. So he is going to make an attack on you. Let's see. It will be a ranged attack. Let's see. So, what is your defenses / avoidance for that?
Okay, so I'm gonna dodge twice, so I'll add 2 more upgrades. And it'll be 3 black.
Okay. You said 3 black?
Yep, so it should be 3 upgrades, 3 black.
Okay. He does not remove any. Okay. So he hits you for 20 pierce for triumph pending.
Sorry, I was just calculating.
Yeah. Well, you don't have the saber out yet.
So 20 pierce 4?
Yep.
So that'd be 19, I think. Wait,
Oof.
yeah. So that puts me over.
Okay. Yep. All right, and he will. Yeah. So he will go ahead and say he triumph crits in addition to your down crit. So you don't have any others on you, correct?
No.
You weren't. You would lose your blaster, correct?
Yep.
Okay. Ooh. And you're gonna have a hard time when you get back up again. All right, so after you tackle him and knock him about on the pipes, he rolls and he's very off balance getting up. One of the pipes has been loosened by the great amount of force that you connected to it with. He gets up, and before you can even notice it, some kind of integrated holster seems to activate. He has a blaster and he's fired before you even had time to react, and it's so close that just connects and hits you immediately. You fall backward and down in a daze. You hear the sound of your blaster falling. It was a high-powered weapon and it nailed you. As you go down hitting the pipe, you hear the pipe loosen its final amount, and a big burst of smoke and steam blasts out of the pipes, completely obscuring the area around this armored man and yourself, and completely to Castum and Ray, to everything outside of you. It just looks like a big massive puff of steam and smoke, and neither of you are visible, nor anything around you. You hear him kind of emit some surprise from your kind of unstable consciousness. And yeah. Ray kind of exclaims out, and Castum, you would hear her shout out Sol's name in kind of a panicked sound. You'd be able to see kind of what happened, the big erupting of the smoke pipe and the loss of visual of both of them, as even your like senses are having a hard time as it just starts flooding out, confusing it. But you imagine if you spent time looking in there, you could see what's going on, but you do have something else you're focused on in front of you, which is attempting to activate the pulse. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. And so with that, let's see what you can do. This will be a 3 red, 3 black computers check to attempt, but you do get to add the free triumph.
I am going to suffer 2 strain to lower its difficulty by 1.
Okay. So that would make it into technically 2 red, 1 purple.
I'm just double checking, making sure I don't have anything that could get rid of those blacks.
Likely not, and if you don't immediately know. Bypass security would not apply.
Yeah, the only thing I have that gets rid of setbacks is Codebreaker, Bypass Security, and Inventors, so nope.
What is Codebreaker's wording? Because I believe that would apply, actually.
Remove setbacks per ranking Codebreaker from checks to break codes or decrypt communications.
Yeah, that would apply.
Oh. Then, even though I have the combat scanner set to something else, just to check with the wording, adds the... Oh, never mind. That's not removing, that's adding.
Combat scanner wouldn't help you regardless here.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you're using it for something else, as you said.
And you said it was computers, right?
Correct.
Awesome.
Wow. Okay. So, Sol, while your consciousness is going in and out, you do hear the loud vibrations of the reactor and hear the sounds of other parts of the room kind of energize, and you do feel the heat rise a little bit based on where you're at, but the whole room kind of creates a charge to it that you feel beginning to emit slowly from the reactor. Castum, you feel it much more strongly.
Yeah, considering he senses through electromagnetism and such.
Yes, yes, it is a very overwhelming feeling coming from the reactor.
If he had a mouth, he'd probably feel like vomiting right now.
Yeah. And then we will cut away to the other half of the boarding party, to Young and Talia, as you're trying to make your way toward the bridge. As you're moving through, you either come across people who are trying to get their way to the hangars, or people who didn't make it to the hangars. As you're moving and trying to get through, you do come across a point where 2 drones appear to be trying to get through a blast door. They appear
Well,
to be
let's
they
just,
appear to be firing their lasers into the blast door in a concentrated beam that does seem to be successfully cutting through the door. You
let's
get the
just take care of
impression.
the drone problem quickly.
Yeah, you get the impression that that's probably how they got into the ship in the first place.
How far away are the drones?
From where you and Talia would first see them, you would be at medium range. You're basically across a bridge-like platform from where you are to where the door that the drones are trying to break through is.
Okay, and have they noticed us?
No, they are focused on their task of cutting into the door.
Okay, I'm just going to turn to Talia and tell her to stand back as I flick the DLT into auto fire
Yup.
and take aim.
You did forget to ask for defenses.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, do need you to roll 1 red for the adversary and 2 black if you don't remove them.
I do not.
So roll those 3. Right? Okay, so that removes 2 of, since the last purple would be the one removed, that would remove 2 of the successes and 2 of the advantages. So 3 success, 4 advantage.
Okay, so that will be 13 pierce to twice. Actually, no, let's make it 3 times. Why not?
You just hear this massive laser sound, Talia, erupt from Young as he's just firing out into the pair of drones. They just get scattered and blasted, and there is nothing left of them as they get blasted into the wall.
Yeah, she just kind of looks rather surprised and nods.
As the drones kind of fall and crash and smoke. There's nothing left. The pieces are everywhere. Do you guys cross over to there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's dealt with.
Okay. Yeah. I'm just gonna shout through the door they're trying to break through. Drones are gone. It's safe to come out.
Okay. You hear the sound of the door kind of shifting and moving, and it opens up a little bit and then stops, and then opens up a little bit more and then stops. Clearly the systems for it have been damaged between the drones and likely however it was locked. But eventually it opens up enough that 2 people can kind of climb out and through, the 2 people hiding in there. Stormtrooper and one Lieutenant Avalon Tachi, who immediately recognizes Young and looks like she wants to give him a hug out of appreciation, but quickly kind of just turns that into sort of a half-leaning, kind of sort of half salute. As she's
I'm
kind
just
of
gonna bring her
stumbling
in and
out.
hug her if she won't.
Okay. She appreciates that. And Stormtrooper, again, not wearing his helmet, holding a riot baton and a rifle, basically. He puts the baton kind of over his shoulder and kind of puts the rifle in his offhand and says, "Thanks. Didn't know if we'd make it out of there."
Young's gonna kind of remember where he is and stop hugging Avalon, and just gonna go. Of course, anything for an Imperial in need.
We're not out of the clear yet.
And Avalon just says, what are you doing here?
I'm taking back this bridge, Lieutenant Tachi. Are you coming with me?
The Admiral ordered us evacuate. I mean, following his order. We tried to get to the hangars, but they caught up to us too quickly, and you see her kind of look past you toward a couple of stormtroopers who didn't make it. Finn here, and she kind of introduces him, and he just kind of nods and says, hey, we're the only ones who made it from the bridge.
What about the Admiral?
There was, before we left, there was a man, an armored man, who was outside the ship. The Admiral seemed to recognize him. He was scared.
Avalon, I know it's difficult, but you need to try and remember as much detail as possible. When did the drones come? What did the armored man do?
After he appeared, our ships were in chaos. We were about to run the experimental flight that we called you here for. But it wasn't out yet. It wasn't ready. Our hangars were under fire. I think they were able to cover those. At least that's what I heard from the command. And she kind of lifts up a comlink. But the Admiral, he said he was staying there and for us to get out.
I see. Well, I have good men dealing with the drone problem, but if we are to win this battle, we need to reclaim control of the ship. If you wish to evacuate, I won't stop you, but I can't protect you if we split up.
Avalon looks between you and Talia and kind of just gives Talia a small nod and says, I know a way we can see in the bridge before getting there. There's a security room that the bridge is connected to. I can get us there, and you can at least see if the Admiral is still there or what the situation is.
I
Lead
think
the
that's
way,
our best shot.
Lieutenant. Finn, watch our back.
He just nods and gets his kind of rifle at the ready and says, yes, sir. You see him kind of look with a pained expression at one of the other stormtroopers and kind of leans down and pulls what looks to be a laser sight off of one of their blasters and begins attaching it to his own.
I'm gonna clap a hand on his shoulder and I'll say, they'll be remembered, soldier. But now's not the time to remember.
Yes, sir.
And then we just follow Avalon, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you see her fiddling with her belt as you're walking, and it seems like whatever she was doing, she finally manages to pull off, and you see the very faintest signs of a deflector shield activate and turn on before turning off. And you see her kind of breathe a sigh of relief. And you all continue moving. All right, and as you begin to approach the security station, you see as Avalon's about to activate the lock on the door, suddenly you kind of feel and see this electric kind of pulse that seems to be just rolling across the ship. You all kind of feel it for a moment as kind of a shocking thing anywhere you're connected to a metallic surface, like kind of like a static shock, though it's not very, like, it's not painful or anything, but you just feel it. And the controls seem to go a little, like the computer controls she was about to use seem to go wild, but she does activate the console and the door opens. You hear some metallic clanging sounds across the ship. Like anywhere, like nearby.
That's not good.
I owe your brother some thanks.
Can surprise you.
I may have judged him too harshly.
You have. But let's keep moving.
Yep, so as you get into the security station, everything is kind of bugging out due to the electric pulse. It wasn't aimed at it, but it's still a bit of, like, still looks like the systems are trying to understand it and work through it. Avalon gets up to it and starts using it, and as you do, you see the bridge pull up, and you see what looks to be several drones deactivated and scattered across the bridge. Some fallen bridge officers as well. And you see the admiral, who looks like he was in some kind of position of surrender, looking like he's starting to get up and like look around and kind of confused, and looks like he's starting to make his way toward the bridge exit. And you hear
we
Finn
see
say,
this
you
this
hear Finn
almond guy?
say, no. And I was gonna say, you hear Finn say, this, whatever deactivated these drones. Good on him.
We can thank Castum for that. He's working in the reactor right now with my brother.
You hear, you see Avalon kind of look up and confused and a bit of concern. Reactor?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
He is taking all safety precautions with the systems, right? Has he ever used... Has he ever connected to an Imperial reactor before?
Castum has his many ways. I'm sure whatever he's done, he knows exactly what he's doing.
But a charge like this, ship-wide. Engines aren't designed for that.
Best I can do is calm him, but when it comes to machinery, that's not my skill set.
Do you calm him? Or
Yeah, if she wants me to, I absolutely will. probably try and ping him on the line of, "Hey, Cass, when you did that, did you remember safety protocols?"
I would kind of hope the triumph would mean yes. That I'm
I
not
mean-
liking the lack of you saying yeah.
I would say the triumph is how plays a role in how successful the pulse was.
Mm, mm.
Well,
As you're being calmed and you're checking out the systems custom in response to what Talia is saying over the comm to you, you're realizing now that all the energy that was pulled and then redistributed seems to be overloading all of the kind of regulatory systems within the reactor room. And now that it's flowing back, basically you have two options. You either can shut down the reactor, which will obviously shut down power to the whole ship, including eventually life support and gravity systems, or the ship is going to start to explode.
Oh, okay. No third option of doing more weird redistribution.
You can attempt to do that, but obviously fraught with peril and all that.
For sure, ship exploding. For sure, ship not exploding. Maybe ship explode, but at the very least, we still have power and can fight back if we have to.
I will say
So
on the
if-
for sure ship exploding, that isn't immediate. It's just as the systems overload, they will begin to explode.
we have a countdown timer, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. If they turn the reactor off, can it be turned back on later, or is it like broken?
It would need to be repaired with equipment that may or may not be on the ship, with people who may or may not be able to, like, it would need to be repaired first.
Would that be technically a crit or a whole trauma / system strain thing?
It would technically be a crit.
But that would be a mechanics check to fix, correct?
Yes, but on a ship this size, it would require more than one person to fix.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we should have thought about this before we weaponized the nuclear reactor, but
Yeah.
What are you talking about? It's not nuclear. It's a hell of a lot more dangerous. Nuclear reactors, when they break, they just emit some radiation. When this breaks, it explodes. It locked.
I would argue you already emitted radiation.
Electromagnetic radiation doesn't count.
And technically, it's everything else that's exploding.
Yeah, it's overloading all these systems that basically it's going to feed them way too much power because the power wasn't properly drawn off and then drawn in again, basically. You rerouted everything to do it, which succeeded, and now it's got to route back, and it's too much.
Okay. Is there a way here that... So my kind of weird half middle ground idea of trying to redistribute or fix things that way we don't have to shut things down and or have ship explode. Would that be a computers or a mechanics check? Or would there be a way to specify it into a mechanics check to increase my chances?
You basically, I'd say the only way you could prevent the explosion without shutting it off would be to vent the energy in some way, likely through the reactor room itself.
So,
which would involve a mechanics check from in the room, basically you going to where the energy's moving through and venting it personally.
Okay.
and it is likely not something you could do by yourself. Again, large room, large situation, you would probably need at least one other person. Which you do have. You also do not know what's happening in the smoke there.
Can I? So you said that if I shut the reactor down, that eventually the
All systems on the ship will shut down as power runs out.
but life support would. How long would that take for that to be like an issue?
Life support would be the last thing to shut down. Because logically speaking,
I mean, yeah, fair enough. It's probably got like emergency power or something. But
Right.
I meant like, would it? Can I do like weird super insect quick calculations here? Of like, oh, if I shut down the reactor, it'll take this long for the life support system to go down, and then this long after that before we all fucking die.
Yeah, you would be able to. You would have that calculus in your head. Yes.
Okay, so what would it be like? Likely that the fixing of the reactor would be within the suffocation time.
Only if there's enough. If the repair crew is still on the ship, there's a chance.
There's a chance. Okay.
But this kind of situation would normally be done on a planetary surface at a docking station where they would shut down the reactor, check the ship, do all that stuff, you know. Like, so it's not normally in a situation where life support and all that matters because you have the normal atmosphere of the planet.
Okay, so what I'm thinking is we let everything blow up except life support, and then we'll just send a comm off through the Paragon and get them to come pick us up.
What? Everything blow up but life support? What?
Well, as in like, so we can't save the whole ship, can we? If we turn the reactor off, we may not be able to turn it back on, and then we're all dead, right? If it blows up, we're all dead. If we maybe like let it blow up weapons, engines, but not the stuff that keeps us alive and drifting in space, okay, then we just wait for help.
No, see, but that's sadly not
That would
one
be
of the
part
options.
That is technically part of the middle ground options, to some extent. If you have like kind of like it would be like success with despair, and one of those would be, well, you weren't able to stop it from going to this system and blowing it up, but you were able to stop it from blowing up everything. That would be an example of that. So that's still working on the middle ground option, where you have to vent the energy personally.
Sounds a lot like middle ground's becoming the more favored choice here.
Yeah, it's just
I mean, none of them are great choices, are they?
On the ship of may die.
It's the personally most dangerous choice is the middle ground one.
Cass is fine with that. He doesn't care about like him dying if he saves everybody else, kind of thing. But
well, like I said, it's not just him though. He'll have to ask someone else to help him. Because basically, the way this reactor mostly works is the energy moves around in a ring, and you're basically trying to disrupt the ring, and only disrupting it one way will just mean the energy will go. If two people can do it coordinated, then it will safely do it.
Okay.
To give you to give the really basic RPG explanation of why you need two people.
Yeah. I'm assuming that there is not enough time to have somebody come down and help. That it is everybody in the reactor room is the options.
If they left right now, you could probably people from the security room could come and help. Specifically them, you know, because you're already in contact with them. You could get them down there. Otherwise, yeah, if they go somewhere else, or otherwise you're working with you, Ray, and a you don't know unconscious soul.
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming Avalon's like an expert in this system because she's the one that pointed out the problem.
She is an analyst, so she's aware of problems. She is not necessarily aware how to fix the problem. She has no mechanical expertise. She does have computer expertise.
She's the program developer, not the computer builder.
Yeah, so basically she'd be able to monitor like the reactor system, finding out where the energy is going, but she would not be able to make the mechanical effort to like, she wouldn't be able to help Castum with the venting. She would just be able to watch where the energy's going and be like, oh, well, you missed, there goes weapons.
Okay. It would make Castum's checks easier, though.
Correct.
Then I guess the suggestion would be for help, because there is also an angry man here who is...
Yeah, you haven't mentioned that to them.
Which is what my next words will literally be, is there's also an... I would like you guys to come down to help, because there's also an angry man fighting Sol right now.
And Talia will just relay that word for word to young Avalon.
Okay. So just to recap, what we saw on the bridge was like, there's no one attacking the Admiral. The Admiral's alive. He's very confused.
Yeah, he's confused because he
he's-
was probably being held prisoner by the drones.
Oh,
And they're
there
deactivated
was
now.
one quick question that I was going to ask before my idea of the middle ground, because I was thinking if I shut down the reactor, that the experimental ship's hangar doors would be open. Can I close those? Although I'm just realizing I probably don't know where they are, or it is.
Yeah, you wouldn't have that. Not without looking for it, you wouldn't have that access.
Never mind.
Nor would you really know whether the experimental ships have their own area or if they're just in one of the two hangars.
Okay. My hope was to hopefully RP prevent them from stealing what I'm thinking they're probably trying to steal.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I think that relies on too much out-of-character information.
I know. That's why I was like, never mind. Alright, then I guess middle ground is where we're going here.
Yeah. So Young, how do you respond to that?
Okay. We'll head to the reactor room. We'll take care of the angry man. Custom, Avalon, and Ray, I guess. Can try and deal with this whole don't explode the ship thing.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
All right. Then as you all begin racing to the reactor, Castum, you see Ray climbing up the piping, trying to get into the smoke.
Ray's not on our comms, is she? Because she's been with us for a while, so I would imagine she is.
She would be. That's assuming she was paying attention to comms, though, as she saw Sol go. She saw Sol get hit in the smoke.
Well, I know, but at the very least, my intention was to try and get her attention through comms and say that help is coming.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you could say that as she's climbing. It's whether or not she's listening is the problem, though. She does use a handheld comm is the thing, so it's...
Yeah.
It'd probably be she hears the voice coming from her belt as she's climbing up there.
And at the very least, maybe out of character, guy who knocked out Sol will hear that and be like, "Oh shit, gotta leave."
Okay,
so is
she
there...
successfully climbed up there and into the smoke. So as far as you're concerned, Castum, you don't know where either of your teammates are.
Okay. So since the help is on the way. Is there a way that I can do a mechanics check to lessen the work?
There's basically nothing you can do until everyone gets there, as far except to go to a position where one of the systems are.
Awesome. Would hopefully that position allow me to see around that smoke area?
Not at this time, and the smoke area is expanding currently due to what you did. The coolant systems had to activate, so there, as I said, to Sol's description, because Sol is still conscious, though his internet is not. Sol is still conscious, so he was experiencing like the increased in heat coming from the pipes. So the smoke is mostly steam of the coolant system. So since what you did put more stress on the systems, it is causing the smoke to increase. So it would just be continuing to pipe out and expand from that area.
So is there... This is going to be an extremely vague question, so feel free to be like, that's a little too vague for me to answer. Is there anything I can do here to help any of the processes further along the line, or... I'm just trying to think of anything that I could actually do other than just running to the spot that I need to be at and waiting. Something that will actually be helpful.
Yeah. I would say the only thing that could help anything going around here is with regards to Sol, if you think there's reason to be concerned about Sol and Ray and the armored guy, you could try to see if you can see what's going on there. That's about it.
Since my concentration is not on the computers anymore.
That's about all you could do, is either try to see if you can see what's going on, like try to do a perception check, or you can try to just head in there.
Let's do that.
Which one?
Trying to see into the smoke.
Okay.
I'm assuming hopefully from the spot I need to start the process of fixing.
Are you looking for Sol or the armored man?
Oh, I have to specify. Concern would be more on Sol, I guess.
Okay, then it's just a 2 difficulty 2 setback perception check, because you're just looking for something in just something that would be around.
And those setbacks clearly are actually there because
smoke. They're there for smoke. So if you have anything that can remove that, you can.
I mean, yeah, my sightless vision.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Okay, which is, I mean, like, the only reason why is, like, I was questioning whether or not that would work is because you already said, like, oh, even though you have that ability, you're kind of having trouble seeing through the smoke, which is why I was like, I don't know.
Oh yeah, because you weren't looking that way either. Like I was saying, you weren't concentrating on that direction because you were working on the...
It's more of like a weird haze, and then when I start concentrating, it's like becoming clearer. Like,
correct, as you give it more focus.
I see fucking nothing. Awesome.
Yeah, there's still too much electromagnetic noise going through.
That's also fair.
Yeah, so 2 strain, and as you're just trying desperately to see anything, and with that we'll cut away back to Mandalore, the Kadas, and
oh man,
we'll say it's later in the day, but what is currently on your slate of things you would like to do?
all right. Let's see. Have we gotten any news about meeting with the Mandalore about the whole Cinder situation yet, or is it still just...
You know, Cinder is conscious and in a position to be brought before Mandalore, but Mandalore has not yet arranged for whatever interaction that will be occurring, which is what Lonnie will be attending. You do know from Ordo clan kind of chatter that you're able to tap into that you will be able to speak with Harik at any time today, basically, if you want. So I also know you were curious about Cinder, so you could check into seeing her if you wish. That is up to you, of course. You also can continue to spend time with Lonnie if you so choose. So I'd say that's your three main things you could do if that's kind of what you're looking to progress right now.
Yeah, it's just this tough call between Herrick and Cinder. But I think I'm going to go with try again to meet up with Herrick because I just can't get around what I would say to Cinder, and I don't know if she'd be very responsive to any questions I'd ask.
All right. So yeah, you head toward the main Ordo clan area of the main city on Mandalore, and yeah, you manage to find Harik appearing to do some kind of ship or otherwise flight simulator training inside of his family's main residence. You didn't see any sign of Zana, but you can see signs all over the place that Zana lives here. Basically, a lot of weird stuff just laying around or having been made or what have you. And you get a pretty good feeling that the simulator that Harik is using here probably had something to do with Zana.
Yeah, I was going to say.
But yeah, as you're coming into the room, you see bronze and silver pipes and wires going into the simulation unit with blue and green holographics coming off of it. Otherwise, it's more or less, if you've ever seen a car simulator or a plane simulator, it's more or less that. Open to the air, though. You actually get the impression whatever's being simulated would be open to the air, so it's probably not a starship cockpit at the very least. And as soon as he notices you, he begins a shutdown sequence on the simulator and stands up from it, kind of stretching his arms and rolling them back.
Yeah, Kadas probably wouldn't have said anything up until he was getting out. In fact, he'd probably look around, just kind of remark as Herrick was getting out. So, any of these good for jetpack training?
Nah, I think you'll have to use the fields for that. Good on you for finally getting one. And he, as he approaches you, he has just a big smile on his face and says, you keep doing stuff like this, you'll be more important to the clan than I am.
I don't think that's happening anytime soon, but you watch out. I'll keep climbing, and then I'm sure Zana will be right after me.
She'll be famous in a different way. And he kind of points to you and himself. We have some technical expertise, but ultimately we're fighters. He takes things further than we would.
Well, if she ever comes up with a way to do medevac via jetpack in a combat scenario, I'll be the first one to pay into it.
She's her current project is more elaborate, but I imagine that will be something she have a lot of interest in.
Gotta keep those creative gears turning, I suppose. But Nikas will take off his helmet at this point and just kind of look more seriously at him. I was really hoping we could talk about why I'm here. He just kind of gives him a knowing look, like he doesn't want to say Cinder's name, but
He nods, but says, "You're here because you did the right thing."
I hope I did. I think I did. And don't take this the wrong way, but clan, honor, family. You called, Clan Ordo called, and I will always answer that, but you know me. I need to know what happened.
Or I told you.
Yeah. But why did it happen? Where did it happen?
Her team was assigned a mission, Hut Space. They didn't check in when they were supposed to. Or we could send a team to investigate. The helmets were here.
Did she claim the kills?
There was a message with the helmets. I was not present for it. I only know that she was considered an enemy of Mandalore after the message was seen. Rogue, betrayer, dishonored.
Could also just kind of look away for a minute, just kind of pinch his nose between his eyes. So I never thought I would have to fight another Mandalorian like this. And, I told you that for whatever reason, when my back was against the wall, she helped me. Didn't know who I was. She just saw another Mandalorian in trouble and took the shots to keep me safe. I just can't get my head around it.
This has been difficult to understand or explain, especially given who she is. Her mother's health is not what it used to be. She remains Mandalore only out of respect. Most know she would lose the challenge.
Yes, the unspoken question: is it better to have a good leader or a fit leader? I just wish I knew more. I mean, I don't know who we lost, Uncle. I didn't ask. I didn't want to know because if it was someone I was close to, I don't think I would have been as disciplined or as restrained as I was. When Delani fought, and after the fight, I could tell, even before I knew who she lost, what she lost. I just want to know.
You likely didn't know them. Him. Jolo. He was a good kid. Not much older than Sana. There is attack. Expert in explosives. Given the scorch marks on his helmet, probably died to him.
How's his family?
I only know Linta, his wife. They married young. Wanted a family. Well, after the helmets returned, she joined my training group. So I know her. I've seen her. She's driven. When we're done with these maneuvers, she'll probably be one of our...
I was good at the clans taking care of her. If she or anyone else needs any support that you think I could provide, just let me know.
I think she's found a new family in the training group, but... And he just kind of nods to your offer.
So when she is brought before Mandalore, am I going to learn the full truth? The mission, the who hired them, what they were doing.
You will only learn what is asked or told. So will we all. It was a normal private contract. Delani's father was team leader. He would have accepted it. One who knows the most now is Cinder as far as the mission, but that hardly matters when she would even send one of her own back.
Do you think I'll be able to talk to her before? Well, as private as a conversation as I can get. Not expecting to hide or deny anything. I just want to know. And I think knowing might help Delani. And it's easy when it's at least in the beginning, I think, when it's cut and dry. Just want to make sure Delani has closure, so that if there's any questions she would ask, that we got the answers when we could.
And he kind of raises an eyebrow. You care about Delani that much?
Yeah, I think I do. I think I'd like to think that I'd do the same for any other Mandalorian in the same circumstance, but I don't think that was the question you were asking, so my answer's the same.
He's a good, strong Mandalorian. Whatever your reason.
Speaking of Delani, I don't know if it's gotten around yet, but when we were leaving, I think she was trying to make it sound like it was less than an even contribution. Truth is, I wouldn't have done it without her.
My understanding is Lonnie found her, and you won the fight. And I don't think you will be able to convince anyone otherwise.
You know, getting the credit for the final action, the last score, It's I can appreciate it, but truth is, we went in together, and after I was nearly taken out, Delani kept the fight going in our favor until I was able to recover. So, even if the rest of Mandalore doesn't know that, I want you to know that.
He just nods.
Do you know that she is like me? With the whole greater connection.
I suspected. You know I don't much care.
Yeah, but just raises questions to ask, and I don't think I'm going to be. I think the Jedi influenced me in some ways, but I don't think I'm always going to be like them. And I don't know if I'm always going to be like us either. And I think she and I work together, we might find a new way of thinking and doing things for the better.
As long as you carry the honor of Mandalore. We all vary our interpretation.
It's good to hear.
We don't all agree, Kadas, on everything we do or everything that is right. We do the best we believe in. Stay true to ourselves.
And Kaz will just kind of have a sad look. And what if that's what Cinder thought? What if she did what she thought was the best for Mandalore? It was just a conflict of ideology, of honor and duty.
In my eyes, the conflict is resolved.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
As for Cinder,
Though
I cannot recommend that you go see her, as you suggested. But I will not stop you.
any reason why, or would it have to do with the member of Clan Fett I bumped into the other day?
Katara, yes, Sana mentioned. He has not taken the accusations against his sister well.
Do
But
you
if his mother is willing to
foresee?
admit it, if his mother is willing to admit it, so soon shall must he.
It's difficult when the honor and the glory of the individual become the honor and glory of the clan, but the shame must also be true.
Her fate will be decided soon. He must live with that.
Alright. Kadas will start moving like he's getting ready to leave, but he'll pause a moment. The Jedi, they talk about the dark side and corruption to people that are like me. They are my friends, and I trust them. So, if the Jedi ever say that I have become something else, no matter what battles I win or what I do with that dark power, make sure I don't live long enough to shame us.
You you're a very quiet sigh. Understood.
Joss will put his helmet back on, and he'll just give him a fist to chest salute.
He
And
returns
start
it.
walking away.
As you walk away, are you heading back to Fade Residence, or are you going to see Cinder?
Oh, that's tough, but I think I'm going to go see Cinder. I know we probably don't have enough time, but that'll be the intent.
Okay. And yeah, as you go off to see Cinder and travel through the area. Since you're in kind of the main city area right now, you continue to be greeted friendly by anyone who recognizes you from descriptions, basically. But otherwise, you able to move forward, and the main complex is where the prison quarters are. And as you head down in, you learn she's in a solitary area. You have authorization to see her if you so choose. This is basically how you're told by the wardens.
Do they want my weapons or anything like that? right. Just double checking.
As you stroll down the hall toward the solitary barracks, there aren't many in the way of prisoners here. It's pretty quiet right now. You're just moving against bronze and brown walls. Few ray shields active here and there, usually harboring some criminal alien or likely someone who's being held until they are acquired by the one who targeted them. Not the cleanest place, but it's not the darkest either. By the time you get to the solitary high security area, you have to stop in front of a security camera and the wardens have to identify you before ray shield is lowered, allowing you into a chamber where she is held by bonds to the wall. Her arms and legs are kept fairly well spread apart. She's no longer in her armor, has been stripped of it, and she's just in basic undersuit, probably not even her own based on the look of the appearance to it. Doesn't look like it fits her well. Probably the most feminine she's ever looked, to be honest, due to her design of her armor being more masculine than she is. And as you approach, her hair dirty and she's clearly sweat, and you're not sure, but probably even cried. There's a lot of that around her face though, so could just be sweat amassed. You see most of her arm, most of her left arm is gone. Having to have been amputated. Hearing her footsteps, really tilt her head up slightly.
Do you recognize me?
Her eyes just fall and her head leans forward.
Were it up to me, you'd still have your armor. Is there anywhere for Kadas to sit, or anywhere to give her fresh water?
Her lips do look dry, yeah. Yes, it does look like there's a place you could get water from. You assume there's likely guarded periods where she's allowed to move around for a time before she is. Based on just like the way stuff is in the room. But there is nowhere for you to sit.
Alright, Kadas will try to get her something to drink from, or if there's like a cloth available, just to get it real damp. If there's no like glass or cup or anything.
I'd say there's a cup. Like just a very plain metal cup.
Alright, fill it with water and walk back to her. Just kind of offer it to her. Looks like you could use this.
She has a look of disgust, but she will drink.
You know, when I was told what had happened, I knew what was being asked of me. I questioned it, not aloud, but I did it. That's the price of duty and honor. A lot of people seem to know some of the story. But if you want to, I want to hear it from you.
Don't have anything to say. Scum like you.
You don't know anything about me, Cinder. You didn't know anything about me when you got that Wookiee off me. I didn't know anything about you when I was told what to do. Now you can stay there with your pride and your hate. Or you can look at me in the eye, and Kadas will take off his helmet and talk to the only person who wants to know why.
You, the walks of Clan Fade. I'd me. Stay here. Me. And you see her, like, opening her eyes, and she is looking at you. With a lot of fire. Pain I suffer, you could never feel. I've seen, you cannot imagine.
Kadas will, I imagine, get down to one knee so they're closer to like eye to eye level.
Yeah, she's being held up, so I'd say you don't really need to do that.
Yeah, she's being held up. All right.
It's energy bands against the wall, so yeah. It's not like tight, like it's not holding her tight. It's enough to, so there's some slack, but she wasn't that much shorter than you.
Delani Fade and I grew up here on Mandalore. When her family left, that was the last I ever saw of her. Don't know her father. Barely know her brother. I don't know anything about Clan Fade. So if you have something to give me suspicion with, to look into, you have my word that I will look and that I will listen.
Leadership check against 3 red and a purple.
Oh, guys, are you cool with me flipping a destiny point for an upgrade?
Go ahead, take one of mine if you have to.
No, no. Oh, well, that's well, it's a failure.
That there is mighty unfortunate.
You hear her begin to cry and her whole body tremble and it's too late. There's nothing to do. He looks to you with pain and hate. Fear, suffering, everything you've been told by the Jedi to avoid, you can see on her face. One chance. It's stolen. Hero. Hero. I burn. Celebrate victory. You earned it.
Who hired you? Hut space. I heard that. Who hired you?
Maximus. Well done.
Cause looking very unsure, borderline panicked. Damn it. Cinder. I don't know what's going to happen next, but you point me in a direction. And if I have to, I will carve my way through the galaxy to redeem myself to you. If what you're saying, what you're making me believe, is true. Was there no other way?
Do it again. And again.
Were they ignorant? Do they know?
Yes.
Can you give me a system or a sector?
Charm check against 3 red and a purple.
Yeah, not a face, Mando.
Go. Be the hero they want you to be. I don't believe you.
Kadas will put his helmet on. The Jedi believe that all life is connected even after death. I will leave soon. I will find the truth. Hopefully, you won't have to see me do that. You will just endure until I return. I'll put the cup away, pretty far away, back where you found it, and start the long walk back.
The ray shield goes up as soon as you exit and the cameras notice you.
Behind me or like in front of me as I'm trying to leave?
No, behind you. After you have exited and the camera recognizes you've exited, the guards reactivate the shield.
Okay, got it. It's very different tones.
Yeah, no, you're free to go. Go you do. And with that, we shall bring this session to an end. Next week we will see more of Hapes, more of Mandalore, and will our heroes escape the Star Destroyer alive? Find out next time.
Please do, guys. I'll see you all
Alrighty,
later.
Cass.
See y'all
Best of
next
luck.
week.
Later.
Bye.